Okay, it's been several months since we last played Final Fantasy 13, but we're back. It's probably going to take me a little bit to get my sea legs, but the very long tutorial is probably going to be there for me. Left myself off close to a boss fight. I might backtrack a little bit to go explore an area that I skipped earlier. Also need to double check if the audio balance is right. Oh, they're giving me a recap. That's nice. We have magic now, and something similar to a class system. This actually seems pretty important. Like, I almost want to back out to see this whenever the game updates it. Game seems really quiet. I'm going to try to turn it up here. So I think there's an area that I haven't explored further back. Let me see. Hard to tell. What timer is zeroed? It's running for me. Oh, but I had that fixed. Okay, 1 second. I'm going to fix it. Just for heads up.
Just stay out of my way. I can't stop now.
Alright, I game over if lightning dies. Cool. Trying to just auto-battle my way through that while fixing the timer, so that's not good enough for where I am at the moment. Auto-battle until I get low on health and then switch to diversity.
Just stay out of my way.
It's probably fine now. You know, if I could at least hold down the A button, you know?
Stay sharp.
Hey, sir, how you doing? All the Christogen points. Must be a way for me to jump onto things, right? There's not a prompt for that, I don't think. Slurry. Alright, I'm just making sure that I remember what I'm doing before I go to the boss fight.
I'm tougher than you thought, huh?
Here's a jump spot. Okay, it just takes me down automatically. Gotcha. Alright, let's try the boss fight. Okay, so left something small behind before, but... So much grunting.
Stay close.
I want to look around.
So many vocalizations. Okay. Garuda interloper. Okay. Hey, thanks, Yukubo. How you been? Appreciate that.
It's charging up.
It's got a mouth on its butt.
What are you talking about? Charge it for what?
Its last moments.
Yeah, same problem here. Our air conditioning is still broken. Got a fan running on me. Let me know if it's causing any weird mic issues.
Stay sharp.
I owe you.
There's too much for me to do here other than heal through its charge. Storm bolts. You want to try to stagger it again? Potions are a free action, right? It's a source of a lot of angst for me last time. Okay, so you have to stagger it to be able to win, basically. Silver Bangle, Up in Arms, Synergist, and Saboteur roles expanded. Okay. Crystarium expanded. Incredible.
Come on, hop to it. Let's
To the
go.
Final Fantasy 13 mod that removes all of the weird vocalizations playing constantly from every character. Mischief music for this.
This'll make things easier.
Uh-huh. Yeah, knowing our luck, it's probably missing an engine.
You shouldn't be so negative.
And you shouldn't get your hopes up.
I'd like to save, thank you. Still going at it.
Switching to base. The C spot. I repeat, the C spot. Pulse the C. Confirmed.
You gonna lend me a hand or what?
Playing the battle music, but I assume this is just gonna be a cutscene.
Clean up. Let me help.
Forget what example I used in the first episode, but more or less a pulseless sea is like a vampire thrall. Like I've been charmed into the service of an esper. Destined to die, but I have to complete my task or whatever. I'll turn into a zombie if I don't complete the task. Okay. Sounds good. Right.
Stay alert!
I don't hate that premise. It's a neat idea if they maybe use different terms. Just like motorcycle sisters. Guessing we're going to learn that the espers are thought of as evil and not necessarily. Eidolon battle. Gestalt. Read the tutorial. Time limit is imposed on you via a doom counter. To demonstrate your power to the Eidolon, its Gestalt gauge will slowly fill. Okay. These Libra may provide you with hints as to which additional abilities can be used. Oh, they're the Shiva sisters? Okay, that's a reimagination. I'm okay with that. Shiva is two halves of a motorcycle. Okay, which one's defensive? Sentinel? I just have to do stuff that makes the meter fill, which doesn't necessarily involve attacking. Oh, I do have to attack them. I'm confused about the whole defensive rolls thing. So it makes sense the guy named Snow would get Shiva. Try Ravager? Could build the stagger even more, maybe? No, that's not really good enough. Looks like that affected the meter, right? So it's not just me doing damage, it's taking damage too? It's supposed to be like a limit break meter, a summon meter, basically. We're gonna get diamond dusted there. The Doom counter seems really odd. It gave me a tutorial, but the tutorial is really odd. Probably gonna lose as I'm supposed to just be spamming auto cover until the meter fills, I guess. What buttons aren't displaying? Oh, there's a button I'm supposed to press, but it's not displaying. Cool. Well, I just pressed random buttons, so maybe that hit it. I don't have to completely fill the meter. Naturally. Not when it passes the word Gestalt. Okay. Cool. Who the Idolith? Were there button prompts before?
The twin sisters. I gotta hand it to you.
I didn't change anything from last episode. I'll
Don't
go in
just
the
yet.
options, I
Might
guess.
come a time you wish you'd let 'em end it and made things easy.
More of you, huh?
He's a Lassie. Take him.
Back off.
You want to keep breathing? shut up and come quiet.
I wouldn't mind Googling that really quick just to see if it's a known issue. Button prompts missing from
Bring her this way! Careful now!
Final Fantasy 13 PC version.
Sarah. Sarah!
She's fine.
Stand down.
Yeah, right.
You two. Why are you helping them?
If I were you, I'd worry about myself.
Hey, thanks, Kevin. Longer, including Patreon. Thank you so much. 5 years. Thank you very much. How have you been? Oh, you have to do it from the main menu, not the main options menu.
Did we get him?
We got one of them.
They're still behind us!
Stop that! Hey! I said stop! You wanna die?
How are you gonna lose them?
You got me, kid.
Then let me.
No, thank you.
Oh, weird.
They're still on us? We're taking hits.
I'm trying to imagine a version of this game that's told more empathetically or less hostily.
Hang on!
What's up, Kami?
For the love of all that's good.
This is pod racing.
Next, an update on the status of the Purge. Just moments ago, the Sanctum announced the successful conclusion of the Purge, along with the safe arrival of the Cocoon migrants to their new homes on Pulse.
Yes, that is correct. There's no denying the enormity of the strain the Purge placed on us all. But given the tens of millions of lives at stake, there truly was no alternative.
Primarch Daisley stood by the move, stressing the necessity of the relocation. When asked about the possibility of future purges, the Primarch remained non-committal, stating only that he would seek counsel with the Fal'Cie Eden and weigh all options before making a decision.
Yeah, that's right. If it makes the Sanctum look bad, it never even happened.
In all the centuries since the War of Transgression, Cocoon has been spared pulse aggression and prospered for it. It is essential that we maintain this peace. That is the Sanctum's focus. We will continue employing every resource available to combat these threats to the harmony of our society.
Meaning, we'll be running for the rest of our lives.
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
who is this guy?
It's a spaceport.
I mean, what do they teach kids these days? He's Gallant Daisley, the Sanctum Primarch. Murderer-in-Chief.
According to our Insta
Just
poll,
another
nearly
tool of
90%
the
of Cocoon
Fal'Cie.
citizens agree with the Sanctum's handling of the Purge. 70% of respondents said they would also support additional purges were the need to arise.
Let's purge everybody. That'll fix it. Oh, hey. Points for perseverance.
Naturally.
A sanctified sea up close and personal. Cocoon's own light in the sky. Here we go again.
Fly in. We'll lose him in there.
I like this foul sea.
See you.
More of 'em.
I'm betting the bullet point summary of the plot of this game is compelling or able to be compelling, especially if it's presented in like chronological order, right? I think I was lamenting this last time that it seemed like they were withholding necessary character motivation stuff in order for it to be a twist. And the result is that the player's just left confused as to what's going on, and there's like a flashback that's like, oh, this is why they were doing that. It's like, but I didn't care until that point. You're telling me I'm only going to care on my second playthrough, it sounds like.
Hey.
I think the pacing is my main complaint with it so far. I don't think that it's necessarily just that it's driven by big set pieces and big reveals, but
You gotta wake up. Look.
Oh. Hey, slow down.
yeah, right.
Gotta keep you kids safe, right?
I'll try to get into the options menu once I get out of battle here. I have this concern that like auto battle A button spam is going to be sufficient for 90% of this game until suddenly it's not, and the game hasn't trained me on how to use any of its abilities, right? When I have to do stuff through manual intervention. Also that like that's going to get me through battles successfully but inefficiently, and it will be hard for me to tell.
What? No break?
They're tracking us.
I know that, but we aren't soldiers. We don't have your kind of stamina.
You got enough to complain.
Oh, that's... Forget it!
What?
I think,
Yes, the amount of stamina required to complain is significantly lower than the amount of stamina to force march.
Come on.
I'm really just managing the paradigm shift mechanic more, it seems like.
Where? Exactly. The whole of Cocoon's against us. No matter how far we run, there's no escape. That Seath clock, it's still a ticket.
There's still time. You give up too easy, old man.
I'm not giving up.
Yeah, I was talking about this in Discord recently, surrounding Final Fantasy 15 in particular, which I haven't played, but I started.
Yeah,
Bounced off of it after the first couple
I
hours.
don't understand.
Well, I guess we can be fugitives together. Oh. You ready?
Ready.
I think not only am I not willing to like be on board with characters for free without the game like trying to earn it, if I sense that the game is trying to speedrun me being on board with the characters, like I actively become hostile toward them. But I might otherwise have liked them if they had just spent a little bit of time, you know, getting me to like them. So I think I'm probably overly unfair or prejudicial towards games that kind of just ask you to accept the buy a little bit and decide they're not going to do any work.
End of the road.
But at least it's not the end of the line.
Yeah, see, that's part of my fear, is that a lot of it's driven by an expectation that you're engaging with the material external to the actual product, like you're watching the bonus anime or reading the comic. And even some of the material that I really like Mass Effect, has fallen to this. Mass Effect 2 had a really important webcomic that you had to read in order for the Lair of the Shadow Broker DLC to make any sense.
I think a big one's coming.
Whoa, they didn't disappoint this year.
I'm just talking in response to what Taranin was saying, that it still feels like it's dependent on, if not, there being an anime that you have to watch or a comic that you have to read, like, you already being hyped about Final Fantasy 13 from reading, I don't know, news articles or watching commercials.
Wishing on fireworks, were you? And you call yourself a soldier? Ah.
The
Sorry, Lieutenant.
Zack Snyder problem where, oh, you've already read all the Superman and Batman comics, so we can skip all of this stuff about
Lucky for you, your shift just ended.
Superman being a tragic Christ figure, right? You know about that already, so let's just show you the cool images that you're here to see instead of setting it up properly.
They don't want the Guardian Corps here stepping on their
Oh,
toes.
really? Bungie's, or
I'm
the
sure you
current
heard
stewards of
about
Halo are
accident
committing the
at
same mistake.
Urinary Gorge Energy Plant, and how it has the SciComm lads in a
It's
tizzy.
interesting.
Yeah. More incident than accident. Something pulse-related.
You're taking tomorrow off?
It's cool.
Sir, for my birthday, sir. My sister, she insisted on it.
21, huh? Maybe it's a good time to send off that letter of recommendation for officer training.
Lieutenant.
You're past due for a promotion, Farron. Think of your sister and your future, and keep your nose out of trouble.
Out of SciComm business, you mean?
Yeah. Nothing good'll come of it. Nothing but grief. Whoa, look at that one! Whoa, whoa, ho!
How right you were, Lieutenant.
I don't think flashing back to that is helpful. Like, I think the game should have started there. Maybe I'll change my mind on that later.
For now,
I know this was definitely right in the era, oh my god, everything has to
They'll
start
catch
with an
up
explosion.
eventually.
Hope has access to the Synergist role. Okay. Oh yeah, I see how there's no buttons at the bottom. Protect. Battle team changed. Looks like I was able to change the setting, but maybe I have to do it from the title screen still.
all the junk around here came from Pulse, didn't it?
Try to just restart the game here in a second. There's supposed to be a quit button. Hold on. Yes. Really? I'm getting that Windows error sound when I'm booting up the game either. One of the drops from the boss was a new shop. I forget, Libra is something that I should... Does it persist any of that information across multiple battles? It remembers their elemental weaknesses after they attempt casting spells on them in future battles, right? Something like that. Okay, so I should try to scan everything at least once, I guess. Who all has Libra though? Game seems really quiet in my ear. Does it sound okay to stream? Hold on. Remember, I don't have any audio settings, unfortunately. I just have to crank it up a whole bunch. Or just... It's a weird mechanic. One of those, like, it's not that complicated of a menu, but it has a complicated UI for no reason. Can I not get this magic upgrade, or do I start with all of these? Okay. I would love if this was just a list. That would make me so happy. And if I want to make sure that he's a synergist, because I already have Super Soldier, this tries to make most of the possible combinations for me automatically, I guess. Yeah. Tried turning the game up a little bit more. I don't know if it's still too quiet.
This stuff is what was left over from the scrap that Thou C took from Pulse.
Curate a
to
set of
repair Cocoon.
combinations. Every time you change party members to apply. I'm interested to see if anyone's done like a post-mortem of this game. Oh, seriously? I was even on medic.
I can't stop now. Stay sharp.
Just have a problem where I took too much damage from the same enemies last time as what got me killed. I don't know how rare Phoenix Downs are. Feels like a lot of the problems mechanically kind of arise from them recognizing that there are issues with player behavior in turn-based JRPGs, which is correct. Often you are doing very predictable things like mashing attack or casting fire on an enemy that's weak to fire. But I think you start automating it so much that it can like threaten the core loop. Let me go look at that shop you were talking about. So I killed a boss, and that made the shop contain new items. This is a thing called Up in Arms. I already own all of these, though, except for Ninurta. Can't afford anything. Silver Bangle got added too, I guess. Right, I remember asking about that, like, you gotta sell enemy drops. It doesn't matter which shop I sell things to. And there's not a sell all garbage item, right? And also, there's no reason not to just sell everything. This isn't a repeat of Final Fantasy XII where I have to save some of this for a special crafting system later. Need to play through this game. Need to try to understand it, because I definitely don't right now. The question I want to answer is, why is Final Fantasy XIII? They need to change paradigms at all in random battles. Yeah, that makes me want to die, Terranin. I guess it's better than Final Fantasy 12, where you can sell everything except for like 2 items, but and that the items actually do something. I'm gonna try to Libra this guy at some point, but he's staggered at the moment. I'm trying to take advantage of that. Audio any better now? Looks a little bit better in the equalizer. Still really quiet in my ear though.
Dead end. Guess we have to go back.
Okay, thank you. And note they would turn this way up compared to other games. I usually run games at minus 12 dB if it's a newer game, or minus 17 if it's an older game. I'm having run this one at minus 3.
Right? I've been here on missions before.
Missions? Nothing to do with the Purge, though.
The Purge is SciComm's baby. Our military is split into 2 arms. The Public Security and Intelligence Command, known as SciComm, and the Guardian Corps. I was Guardian Corps, Bodum Security Regiment.
Wait, but I don't get it. If you're not SciComm, then why did you board the train?
For Sarah.
Join the end of the line! Attention Purge deportees. Follow instructions and stay in your lines. Personal belongings will be returned upon arrival. Halt!
Warning shots, right?
This is for your own safety! Huh? What's the GC doing here? This op's under SciComm direction.
So direct me. Let me on. I want to be purged.
Only civs get purged. Sanctum staff and soldiers are exempt. Huh?
Then I quit.
Line up!
Excuse me.
Yeah, this would work way better if you didn't. Okay.
What gives?
I volunteered.
Really? You don't look ready to go quiet into that good night.
You want quiet? You better take the next train.
So it'd be one of those, like, don't do non-linear storytelling if you don't know why you're doing it, right?
I had to rescue Sarah before they transported the vestige to Pulse, and out of my reach. My only chance to save her was to join the Purge.
This is completely different from just normal in media res too, right? Like,
you're telling me
Final Fantasy X is in media res, kind of.
That's crazy. I could never do something like that.
It's not a question of can or can't.
This is them doing some weird, like, Reservoir
There are some
Dog
things
shit,
in
but
life
it doesn't seem like
You
they're
just do.
motivated for why they're
Easy for
putting
someone like
scenes
you to
after
say.
one another. Paradigm shift after
Lightning.
charging 8 to 10 bars worth of ATV, you get a free full ATV refresh. Oh, because there needed to have a reason for you to not just sit on the damage one in every random battle. When you say 8 to 10 bars, you mean segments? So after attacking for 3 turns, I can. Is there like an on-screen indicator for when I can do that?
One, two, three. We go.
What are you up to? Hey! Wait up!
Yeah, it establishes everything.
Can't keep up with this girl.
Cool. Wait, so he's a synergist, but a different synergist than Hope? They start on different sections of their respective crystal sphere grids. Why do they have the same class name? Because it would make sense if they both started in like a different region and eventually converged and you could learn the same abilities, but it's confusing to me that they... What's the odds of interrupting actions? So badly wish this was just a list. Yeah, that makes sense, Yukipo. See what you're saying.
Mermaids are fighting each other?
Guess running's out of the way.
Okay, so when you say between 6 to 8 bars, a paradigm shift will... Is it 6... How do I know when it's going to happen?
Pernille!
Yeah, I guess it's like... maybe 2 different red mage or black mage characters having access to different elemental spells to show it, like Celeste having ice and Terra having fire, but it still seems odd to me that, like, the core mechanic of buffing versus, like, offensive versus defensive buffing seems kind of crazy to have separated across 2 different characters that early. But okay.
Atta girl.
So I just got a full ATB bar there. But I'm not gonna get one now.
Keep it together, Pop.
But I just got one. So Did the 3 bars that I get from the refresh count to the next refresh?
Watch and learn, kid.
Yes. So I should paradigm shift every 2 actions? 2 auto battle selections?
We got this, Vanille.
Why would you wait for 3? Like it's basically like permanent haste if you're doing it every 2, right?
Never seen a rig like this before. Here we go. Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa! I knew that would happen.
Slow down!
The 11-year-old being confused through it. You'll have a full ATB bar every 12 seconds upon switching paradigms.
We got this, Vanille.
Take that! Nice time!
Leave it to me.
That!
Vanille!
It's a really odd mechanic to not be like heavily conveyed in the in-game UI, right?
Not bad.
Like that seems ridiculously important. To have like a shiny thing like switch paradigms or refresh available or whatever. Like it seems like it's the most control you're able to exert over a game in which you have very little control, like auto battle spam. Oh my god, seriously? 2 copies of the same roll?
Go,
I'm trying to think of a more critical mechanic that doesn't get tutorialized. Yeah.
Follow the old man's lead.
Did any abilities that I had queued while paradigm shifting get sacrificed? And just don't get used anymore if I activate it too soon?
It treats everything from Pulse as evil, doesn't it?
Can I queue that up?
Watch and learn, kid.
Okay, so I shifted too early there, I think. And I think while I'm in the paradigm shift menu, I stopped acting at all, right? Whether I switched or not.
Thanks, Vanille.
Okay.
Lux, finally run out.
See, if I've got two of them focusing me like that, I don't know what I'm supposed to do about it. Especially since I die if the lead character goes down. Do I end up losing some time to paradigm shifts too?
Here.
Because I shift right at the beginning of combat, is the computer just continuing to wail on me during that animation? Each other more, I guess, since aggro seems kind of complicated.
Didn't even have to ask. You got this, Neil. Not bad.
Go. All potions are all allies too, right? Okay. I'm wondering if this feels good eventually. Well, that sucks. I guess I needed to pop a potion.
Run out.
Didn't even know it was a thing until watching that speedrun. Wow. It's hard to avoid the feeling that shit's just like happening. Almost totally independent from my choices.
Follow the old man's lead.
Okay.
Vanille!
Take that! Nice timing!
So keep fighting each other, I guess? The buffs last, they must wear off eventually, right? Hey, part of the problem is I should let that robot tank for longer before I start fighting these things? Okay. So maybe I should actually think about which enemy I'm targeting, I guess.
Thanks, Vanille.
So trying to teach me something here, I think.
Follow the old man's lead.
Gonna die to these double electro kicks again? I think so. Yeah. Okay. Alright, so I think the problem here is the game auto battle wants me to target the thing that everything else is attacking, and I should try to let that stay alive as long as humanly possible, I think. But it's hard to see that that's happening because I was focusing before on trying to get this ATB refresh, so I wasn't actually looking at what was happening in the fight, I guess.
Follow the old man's lead.
fully buff them, and I guess I'll kill the electroshock things. Yeah, as opposed to a intentional mechanic. Intentional core mechanic, even.
You got this, Vanille. Not bad.
Now, am I targeting groups of enemies? Is it automatically trying to target the other watch drones? I don't hate the concept of this as like a tutorial fight to teach me that when you've got enemies fighting each other like this, it really matters who you're targeting, but I feel like I had to really look at what was going on to understand why I wasn't just trivially winning before, you know?
Watch and learn, kid.
Which is fine, but up to this point, the game hasn't told me that I need to pay attention to that kind of thing, you know? I think that's another thing that games can struggle with is
Tougher than you thought.
kind of training the player not to pay attention to something or to do something on autopilot and then kind of suddenly requiring them to pay attention out of nowhere. That's my fear with auto battle, that I'm going to get to some just boss fight that is going to necessarily require me to micromanage abilities, right? When I haven't had to do that for 30 hours.
Do it. Huh? Piece of cake.
This is more interesting as like a combat puzzle, though. I don't hate the puzzle. That helps with the usual problem of JRPGs where there is no puzzle to combat. It doesn't matter in what order you attack things, really. Other than the occasional kill the healer first fight, right?
Leave it to me.
The puzzle here is supposed to be figure out which side has an advantage and help the underdog, so that you have to do as little work as possible. That's actually kind of cool, and I don't hate that.
Way to go, Zaz!
You never have to manually select abilities in my story content.
Atta girl.
Yeah, hit the wrong side there.
Didn't even have to ask.
I wish potions weren't a thing in this game. I think it undermines the rest of the design. I really wish there was an on-screen indicator for, like, refresh ready or something. Your disappears from the screen for a significant fraction of the time it takes to fill with a refresh, or without a refresh.
Watch and learn, kid.
So strange.
We got this.
I think I was supposed to focus on the robots earlier, since they're harder to kill. So I think I'm learning something, maybe? Libra just gives you all of the information that the characters could find via auto battle brute force, right? They'll eventually approach Libra the more abilities they use up to that point.
Where's Grumpy? Got left behind, huh?
Leave me alone.
Hey.
This is pointless.
I see.
Can't keep up. Can't get home. It's over for me.
It's not over. We'll get you home.
I don't have one. Now that Mom is.
What about your dad?
Jared's a character, I'm not a dad. Or my dad's a bad guy. I'm curious to what extent the, like, Reservoir Dogs structure is the original sin of the story for me in this game. Like, it can't keep happening for all 49 hours. We're not going to keep flashing back like this, right? Eventually we're going to get to a point where everything's been established and now the story is just progressing forward.
You calling kid? You? What'd you wish for?
Oh, that next year, your father could come with us.
Why? It's better like this. We don't need him. That night, they found the Foul Sea in the Bodum vestige. The next day, soldiers sealed off the town, and we couldn't get back to Palom Polum. They forced us onto the train with everyone else. My mom, she was frantic. She wanted to get us home, so she tried to fight. She got tricked by Snow. He used her!
I wish I could wipe my brain of the game and then experience it as like a novel or something, presented in a more sensible order.
Why should I care? He doesn't.
Any father cares.
Sass?
It's nothing. Forget it.
Okay. Your dad says?
Okay.
This ought to do it. We've got time. Get you back home. Your dad'll be happy to see you.
Data log updated. Trying to consume as much of the game as possible without spending a ton of time in the codex.
Guess running's out of the question.
So I have no
Changing gear.
commandos still. The Saboteur is an Enfeebler. I need to learn what these all are, because they're using fancy new class names. So a Ravager is a Black Mage. Saboteur is debuffs. Synergist is buffs. The commando is kind of a new character that's focused on stabilizing the stagger bar. And a sentinel is like a tank defender. So that makes the commando make a little bit more sense, I think. No, I mean new to Final Fantasy, Terranin, not like easily mappable to an existing role in an earlier game. Oh, just not from any of the default paradigm shifts? Doesn't look like he has one. I don't have access to commando at the moment. Okay, that makes sense. Well, I didn't buy that thing. Just gave it to me for free. What's worse? Oh, okay. It's weird that they're throwing me up against enemies for which it would really help. Hey, Marty. Do you hate me less? Or permanently floppy ear? Apparently, if your kitty gets a hematoma on their ear, it needs to get surgery to get it fixed. Their ear is floppy for the rest of their life. I don't have the cat cam set up, so let's see if I can post a picture of him in the Discord. Ruin is from this game, I see. Oh, literally the same animation. I'll get this square in that respect. Marty.
Change in the play.
Synergist is nice. Yeah, I appreciate y'all in chat making that clear because I like having chat telling me that that's what the game is teaching me. I don't know, it was hard to associate the commando being out with the stagger being more likely to happen, but it makes sense now that you put it that way.
Hold it together.
Okay, so I can use that ATB refresh to kind of quickly build bar, I guess, after being on something else for a while. Yeah, but I guess my point is that the roles that they're playing very much do not map onto traditional Final Fantasy jobs because the game is so built around the stagger bar. An incredibly critical core mechanic.
Hold it together.
You can technically kill stuff without interfacing with the stagger bar, but you're going to have a miserable time, it seems like.
Just as I was getting used to things.
Maybe I don't get it for a while. Showed me in the list that I couldn't switch to it anymore. Posted a picture of Marty and the Pets channel on Discord if you want to see anything. I don't have pet cam at the moment. They have like a basic damage multiplier, for lack of a better word.
Isn't that
A warship from Pulse.
You mean they made it this far?
Of course not. Not during the war, and not since. They might have tried, but none of their forces made it into Cocoon. They only damaged the outer rim. Then the Sanctum's Fal'Cie pushed them back.
I'll look at it again after this cutscene.
More or less. So, what's a ship from Pulse doing here?
Once the war was over, people couldn't live near the rim anymore, in places like the Hanging Edge. So the Fal'Cie, they gathered up scrap from Pulse and used it for rebuilding here. This is what was left. A bunch of garbage.
Who'd have thunk? A Pulse Fal'Cie and who knows what mixed in with all the trash.
Eventually I'll be playing this game and they'll say like Pulse Fal'Cie and like my brain will process that as a unique term and it's not just going to come through as gobble 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 gobble. Pulse Fal'Cie are the party members who all have magic now because they're bound to an Esper. Okay. No, they're Pulse Lussie. Fuck. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's in the list. With Ravager and Synergist. Why do some of these have multiple levels? Is it just some characters are naturally better at certain roles than others? Be protected from this. Why does Ravager give me strength? And I assume it's mostly using magic to determine damage. If I get to a job and I start holding the A button and nothing happens, does that mean there's just nothing to learn on that job anymore? Try to minimize how much I think about this, I guess. Whether it's flame strike or fire, I guess.
Do me a favor. Stop wandering off and stay where I can keep my eye on.
But I don't have to pick between those, right? So it's just automatically going to give me the relevant stat, I guess.
Thanks.
I feel like some of the paradigm names are familiar from Final Fantasy, like Tri-Disaster.
You should see your daddy now.
Worried because I feel like I have a generally pretty negative impression of this game so far, but it's still doing things occasionally that are cool, or at least interesting. So bear with me, I'll do my best to suspend my cynicism for a little bit and enjoy when something cool is happening. Like, I actually do like the puzzle fights where I had to pick who I was focusing on fighting, because I would die if I didn't do that. And I like the idea that it's trying to teach me that commandos are important. Now, I don't know if I would have known that without chat to help me out, but it's fine, I guess. Saboteur does that. So is Saboteur going to keep trying to cast Deprotect and D-Shell once all the enemies have been inflicted with it, or does it have regular attacks it can do separate from that?
Thanks. Change in the play. Ha!
Debuffs and waste turns once all relevant ones are inflicted. So, does it just having debuffs on the enemy cause them to slow the staggered decay or something?
Hold it together. Ha!
I feel like I definitely need to have a copy of my Triple Ravager paradigm. That's such an odd decision. I don't hate this ATB refresh idea. It's kind of a cool way to incentivize you to swap between them, but it just seems so odd that it's not only not really tutorialized, but not reinforced in the game. It almost feels like it's a bug. Anything other than... Okay. Well, it's kind of neat that you swap to them, get all your buffs and debuffs out, and then swap. You're, like, always going to swap off. So more likely that buffs and debuffs are going to be relevant, I suppose, which is neat. Change the order of these. Okay, yes. I don't think this game is, like, irredeemably bad or anything. It's just... Like, I actually think that Final Fantasy X-2 might be irredeemably bad. Alright, I just gotta remember if I start on this that I don't want to target anything anymore. And 12, I think, doesn't work as a game that you're just trying to play to beat. It probably works fine if you're 100%ing it, but... Yeah, stayed on screen, jump to full. So, can I queue up a change there once I see the attack start and just watch his animations to see after he's done 3 things, and then shift right at the end of it?
You should see your daddy now.
I also don't hate the idea of a Final Fantasy game that's built more around making strategic decisions as opposed to tactical decisions. Like, I've always complained that this genre is kind of stagnant and really degenerate, and that you have to put in a lot of work to make it so that the main thing the player does isn't just spam attack in every combat, you know? So it seems like they're trying to do that. It's just, it's weirdly tutorialized so far. I don't know if I can trust that.
Come to Papa. Tough times, huh?
Tactical is moment-to-moment decisions. Strategy is big-picture decisions. Go is a game about strategy. Checkers is a game about tactics. Chess is a game about both. That's not my definition, by the way.
Hold it together.
Switch too early, I guess. Yeah, sometimes I feel like I switch too early, but it still gives me the refresh, and I don't know why right now.
Thanks.
Doesn't know how to explain anything, either its lore or its systems. Yeah. The lore part, it feels like it's actively hostile, which probably isn't a fair way to characterize it, but when I say hostile, I mean I don't believe that the game is actually invested in bringing me on board with it, you know? Pure magic. That's a big name for that, okay. So I guess at the bare minimum, what I would expect from this game is that it wouldn't just try to teach me how to play this game if this was my first ever Final Fantasy. At the bare minimum, I would at least expect it to go out of its way to say, hey, this isn't your mama's Final Fantasy. Like, here's all the ways that it's obviously different. You know what I mean? And I feel like there are ways to do that with early enemies that you have to fight, where traditional strategies that would have worked don't work here. But the stuff it chooses to tutorialize and gate just, it seems really odd. They're gonna flesh it out more in 10 more games that didn't happen. One of which became Final Fantasy 15, right? Final Fantasy Versus or whatever.
Hold it together.
Fabulous exploding star crystals, right? Fabula Nova Crystallis. How am I targeting this enemy? That's good. Final Fantasy 13, Chronicle of It's Time to Stop. Chronicle of That's Enough. Those are all maxed. Final Fantasy 13, Chronicle of Why Are You Like This? Yeah, I do exactly, Yukipo. Some of the major bullet points with those are. I see. Fabulous exploding star crystals. Yeah, but absolutely, Viper. I guess maybe that's what's part of what makes it so offensive is that they're trying to set up this shared universe and then they do an absolutely embarrassing job of trying to establish anything in this game. A non-job. Like, it's almost worse than this game not existing and then just going into the second one, right? Because this one, if anything, is actually obfuscated things, I feel like. Right, Yukipo. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so, like, maybe that's the problem. And I haven't actually played enough of Final Fantasy 15 or 13 to make this statement, but we'll see if it bears out. It's an interesting theory to operate on. A problem I perceive with Final Fantasy 15 is that it opens with this, like, emotional scene of these four dude bros who are friends pushing a car and then Stand By Me plays. Which I could see that working as, like, the final scene of a game after you're committed to these characters and you care about them. But for me, not knowing who any of these people are, it's just a really confusing, weirdly timed, weirdly paced sequence that I imagine makes way more sense on the second playthrough. So my comparison was to say, oh, this is like, you know, if the opening scene of the Lord of the Rings trilogy was the scene where Aragorn is like, my friends, you bow to no one, which is a scene that lands really, really well in the Lord of the Rings trilogy because you've just watched 9 hours of movies to earn it, right? And it would make no sense. You'd be like, who are these four short people? If it was the opening scene. So if that's the problem with Final Fantasy 15, I wonder if Final Fantasy 13 has more of the problem of what Yukipo is talking about, that it's like, no, it's trying to set up not this emotional payoff, which is the Lord of the Rings thing with my friends you bow to no one. It's trying to set up this like lore and setting payoff, but it's trying to speedrun it. It's trying to open with all of that already established, so the player is already on board with all of it. Talking about Thanos in Iron Man 2008 instead of spending 20 movies building up to it. I don't think we're going to be playing 15 for maybe even a year, depending on what interrupts Final Fantasy 13.
You miss us?
So we'll have to play this, 13.2, 13.3.
Time to move.
Yeah, proper nouns, proper nouns, proper nouns. Here's some Robot Panthers. Exactly, that's what this feels like. You already get it, right?
Let's get this over with.
I've heard good things about Final Fantasy 13, 2, and 3, or however they're actually subtitled here. Now I have. Just put her in my party. Can I change my party layout when I have more than 3? I think I was doing that before, but it was a while ago.
Change in the play.
Oh, and Lightning's not the party leader anymore.
And good night.
Thirteen, 13, 2, and Lightning returns is 13, 3. I think the DC cinematic universe comparison is very helpful here, because it's kind of the same problem that they're having, is they want to get to the end game as soon as possible so they can catch up, and they don't want to put in the work. And it's not that the MCU movies are like cinematic masterpieces or anything, they're just competently told, you know? They don't feel like they're trying to speedrun to whatever their final boss is, right?
I'll do what I can.
I joked when we were playing Final Fantasy VII Remake that it felt like Nomura et al. Were like doing everything in their power to like hold themselves back from going full Nomura, and then toward the end of the game they just couldn't take it anymore. And I feel like something kind of similar is happening with 13, where this game probably needs to start like Dragon Quest VII style with 13 hours of cutscene. And they're like, no, we can't do that. It's got to be gameplay. And it's like, yeah, but your gameplay is so aggressively gated that there's not really a lot going on, you know? And now you're doing the gameplay not well and you're doing the story not well in order to try to get all out there and be as exciting as possible, as fast as possible. Also 4 is Avengers Endgame to anime. Where right. Yeah, and that, see, I think that tracks with what was going on with Square at the time, right? Because that's exactly what happened with Final Fantasy XIV 1.0. Or at least I think that's the kind of post-mortem analysis we've gotten, is that it was just pure hubris, that we're Square Enix fuckers. This is Final Fantasy, it's going to be successful no matter what we do. And it's like, no. Yes, Final Fantasy X was a good and successful game, and it had, you know, mind-blowing PS2 graphics at the time, and you guys were doing things that nobody else was doing, but it was also just a really good game. Like, it was well-structured and well-paced. And probably Sakaguchi's, like, best presented story, even if it's not my favorite Final Fantasy. Your theory should be as simple as possible, but no simpler. Start as deep in the action as you can, but you can overshoot it. Okay. It does feel like there's a lot of things going on here that are overcorrection. Hold it together. I don't want to judge this game based on pop culture osmosis about comments made, like the whole I want lightning to be Cloud Strife but a girl thing, right? Like, I don't think the game feels like it's designed by committee. I've certainly played a few video games that feel that way, and they feel really frustrating as a result. I'm not a big auteur theory guy, necessarily. I think that video games require a lot of people to make them work. But it's nice to have some kind of, like, clear vision of what it should be and what the player should be feeling and what the developer wants me to feel, and I don't feel that in this game so far. It just kind of feels like a mismatch. I'm glad that happened. I'm convinced that Stranger in Paradise was a honeypot to get Nomura and his dudes away from Final Fantasy XVI. I am actually excited for that. I think it's the first Final Fantasy I've been excited for since... I guess I was excited for 12.
Just need to get through here.
12 kind of burned me on the rest of the franchise. More so than I realized, apparently. Just playing it again on the stream, I was underwhelmed by it.
Time to get serious.
I look forward to it and enjoyed 11. And then 14 was fun once it got good. Yeah, that's Yoshiki. He's great. He's our god project manager, is what I call him. But Satoru Iwata is a god programmer.
pull the old
And
switcheroo.
Steve Jobs is a god marketer.
Bullseye. Bobbing and weaving.
I'd love to do an
Oh, yeah.
FF11 stream. I thought about it. I'd probably actually record it offline because so much of the game is offline. It seems like it would be kind of hard to get scheduled and running. Oh, having somebody die really sucks, huh? Can I just buy Phoenix Downs from that shop that I've unlocked? So I'll use them if I can just buy them freely.
Time to pull the old switcheroo. I appreciate it.
I nailed down how to make it work sometime and haven't deviated since. Like RuneScape, you think, Viper? I don't have the time to really edit it. I can do the thing where I only come off mute to commentate and then fast forward the parts where I'm not talking. That's about the lowest amount of effort that I could do. But that works for RuneScape because it's mostly a fixed overhead perspective. It might be impossible to read in a 3D game like Final Fantasy XI. You know, 1,000 gil each.
Changing gears.
I kind of wish... I had this thought about Final Fantasy X as well. I wish I could, like, commit characters on a path on their Crystarium and just have them level up instead of the like, micro-maintenance of after every battle going in and putting points into their skills. I wish I could do that in Final Fantasy X and just tell them, hey, I want you to activate these 10 sphere grid nodes next whenever you have the points to do it. You know? Right. It's actually frustratingly attentive to my recollection. But it also sounds like 11 is way more accessible now, especially to a single player than it was when I played it 20 years ago or whatever. I think it's actually coming up on 20 years ago. That's kind of terrifying. So I can't know that I'm done with a character's jobs, right? There's no little indicator saying that you've unlocked all the crystals for this. I guess it says 5 out of 5, 8 out of 8, 6 out of 6. Okay. So I can eyeball that. I'd love to have like a little star next to it, though. Vault safe. So that one's done. Let's see. So when she learns water, does it automatically become Water Strike? No, I guess not. Water's tracked separately. Okay, there's Aqua Strike. Weird. So she's done. It's done. It's done. My mini-map, oh there it is.
Hurry up!
I could also do a thing with Final Fantasy XI where they added a thing to OBS a couple years ago for pausing recording, so I could start recording and then just pause it and come off pause whenever there's something interesting to record or say. That's not too much work.
What is that?
Pulse armament.
I'll think about it. Probably become more
Bad for us.
urgent if they
You have eyes, don't you?
announce they're going to take the servers offline or something. I think I've seen one of these before in this game already. Holy. Oh really, these are in 14. What determines who size auto targets with synergist abilities? Do you try to put it on like the most effective character first or something?
Time to pull the old switcheroo.
That time I felt like I was only swapped off for like a single ATB cycle and I still got a full bar there. I can notice when a cutscene's starting though and unpause pretty fast. It's nice when I have notice, obviously, but... I remember right, 11 would do the thing where the screen would fade whenever a cutscene would start. I think they changed that in later patches for later expansions.
I thought we were goners. You alright?
I think so.
Incoming.
You reset all my buffs. Sure did. '14 also has a lot of models from 11, which also made it into 12. They've just been doing it lately. It's completely fine, I think. That's kind of cool. They could settle the animation, I guess. So, Saboteur only has the 2 debuffs right now, right? D-Protect and D-Shell. I wonder if this game is going to get a Zodiac job system level of attention, not remake, but revisit. I think that everything in the Zodiac job system version of 12 made the game worse, but well, almost everything. Made a couple improvements. The core system, I think, was worse. The one thing that I think is bad, I think the fact that the game is auto-battle based but still forces you to mash the A button is not great. But I think it's making me less engaged in the combat, because the game is just kind of training me to mash buttons, you know? Even though I am still kind of paying attention to switching my paradigms around. I feel like if they were just auto-battling and I was just doing paradigms, I'd be paying closer attention to that part of it. I hate that potions are a free action. Can you play this whole game without ever using consumables if you're... Are consumables just a, oh, I fucked up button? If I pretend like they're only there for when I'm playing the game wrong, then I'll feel better about using them. Yeah, vestigial's a really good word. If I had one word to describe how the design of this game makes me feel, it would be that. There's a lot in this game that feels like it's there because they like iterated right to the point where they should have just kept going. They had like a line in the sand they didn't want to cross, right? Like it feels like the trading system in Path of Exile. Medic rolls available to Lightning, Commandos available to Saws. Okay, and I think Lenora's Garage is another inexplicable item shop that I got from a boss kill.
Pulse is crawling with things like that, isn't it?
Got me. Not even the Corps has access to intel on Pulse. Soldiers in the field fight blind.
Yeah, I noticed that. But don't you need to know exactly what you're up against?
Yes.
Target's a target.
You like to keep it simple, don't you?
I stick to my goal.
As long as you have a goal, you can fight?
You can stay alive.
Okay. Upgrade weapons and accessories at save stations using your Omni kit. Oh dear. So, is this one of those don't use this until the end of the game to use it on the best possible starting weapon kind of a thing? Maybe it's the opposite. This makes it sound like the more you upgrade a thing, the more you should continue upgrading it? Okay. Dismantle. Sometimes the only way to get components is through dismantling. Experiment with the effects. That always means... Whenever I see a crafting system that's like, you should experiment, I read that as, fuck you. We didn't put any recipes in the game. There's a bunch of combinations. It's a feature, not a bug. Guess I have to do that from a save point. They gave me the tutorial before they say, okay, it's fine.
This looks like easy going.
I'm gonna scout ahead.
Buy her guy. Exactly. Experiment with a system built around irreversibly destroying your equipment. Exactly. You're kidding. Are these just worth XP? Or does it matter what I'm actually selecting here? Oh no. What's the... They're all just points. Should I be trying to use my shittiest things first in order to get the XP multiplier for my better things? Okay. Oh, I don't think I like this at all. that based on me using different kinds of items on it? Seems like the math on this seems ridiculous too. Okay, so how do I know to use a fang or a screw? Save before I start interacting with this, didn't I hope. I think I did. So there's very much a way to trivially fuck this up, it sounds like, is what you're telling me, right? That's just true for all items. It's just the way mechanical and bio stuff works. Okay, so let me make sure I understand. I only use things that are fangs until it has a high multiplier, and then I only use things that are screws until I don't have a multiplier anymore. Hey Andrea, how's your trip treating you? So do I need to try to anticipate when I'm going to get a multiplier from using biological stuff, or do I have to do everything one at a time to try to not... Because it doesn't look like I can skip a multiplier tier, right? Cool, say hi for me. I worry that I already put too big of a stack on this thing earlier. Okay, so you can skip tiers. Do you skip tiers on the way down with mechanical equipment too? I'm wondering if I should attempt to only ever use one of every item on the way down, or on the way up, and then use as big a stack as possible on the way down to get the most bang for my buck. This is awful though. This is completely terrible. And 3x is the highest possible multiplier? You kind of say so, Andrea. Oh my god. This is my crafting nightmare. It almost couldn't be worse, because, like, it's obtuse, it's trivial to misplay, but misplaying isn't interesting, feels like. And that dropped the bonus down to a ×2. God, okay. Does it remember my bonus if I leave this menu, or do I have to do this all at once? Probably need to spread the love onto my other items here, but... Good God. Is this also, like, in ascending order of how much XP each of these will give me? So does a Wicked Fang give me the least, and Tear of Frustration gives me the most? I wish it told me how much I needed to get a boost here. I'm just gonna have to guess, right? Unless if that's stated somewhere and I can't see it, because I'm blind. He's the character I can most likely assume to have in my party, I think, or maybe that won't be true. When does it go up to... Okay, now it's at 3. That dropped it down again. The way to see relative values, look at the XP numbers under the item name and the listing when you select a thing. Does the multiplier go up at a set amount of XP invested? See how badly I get punished for going all in on one thing there. I can save. I have to go back. Can I ever buy crafting materials directly? Oh, is that what this is? But this is the dump rather than the build. So what's the main thing can I only really sell credit chips? Because I feel like I have to save all of these for the upgrade system. And I have to save all my weapons and accessories for breaking shit down, right? I love how I can sell my fucking level 14 sword for like 200 gil more than a level 1 piece of garbage.
Not much of a future for us, huh?
Hard to picture a happy ending.
We don't even know where to go.
I do.
Huh?
There.
I wish it was telling me how many of these do I need to get a multiplier increase.
The Sanctum Seat of Power. Oh, that's a great idea. Just charge right in there. Give him a taste of Lassie terror. You're serious?
Keep running. It's die or turn Seath. There's no place for Lassie to hide. No. They want to fight.
Seath is like Seath the Scaleless. It's like a crystal person.
No.
On solo
That's
card.
for damn sure. Started with Sarah. The Fal'Cie took her. Now I'm a Lassie too. And the Sanctum's hunting me, an enemy of the state. But who's pulling their strings? A Fal'Cie. Eden. Cocoon's sustainer and guiding light.
Oh wait, so what's
They
the
probably
crystal
ordered the
form?
purge, too. Pulse and Sanctum Fal'Cie, they're all the same. And we're all the same to them. Expendable.
I feel bad not being on top of that, but I feel like that's the game's fault.
So, what are you gonna do?
Destroy it.
By yourself? Are you crazy? Say you pull it off, What's that get you? Satisfaction? Something happens to Eden, it's lights out Cocoon. You want
Let's use the opposite of the mnemonic. Seath is like Seath the Scaleless, so you're not encased in crystal.
What about Sarah? She said to save Cocoon. It might even be our focus to make sure Cocoon's...
Our focus doesn't matter.
Focus is like their
I don't
quest
take
that they have to
orders
complete to
from
get turned
Fal'Cie.
into a
How I live
crystal
is
casket.
up to me.
Don't you mean how you die?
Think like that, and it's already over. Better to pick your path and keep moving.
Yeah, Seath are hollows, right?
Don't worry. I'm after the Sanctum. I'm not out to destroy the world. If it did come to that, wonder if our hero'd try to stop me.
You wanna fight Snow now? Just like that and your enemies?
Next time we meet, we might be too.
I feel like the proper noun problem in the dialogue in this game is particularly bad. It's not just that the story contains a lot of proper nouns, they just insist on using them as often as possible, instead of using like an equivalent
Lightning was suffering.
synonym that might help me to wrap my head around it a little bit better, right?
But none of us could see it.
Snow deserves it.
Like, Final Fantasy X has Sin and Yevon and
None of this ever would have happened.
is that really all that you're hearing constantly?
I don't know what I should do.
That makes
But
two
like,
of us.
if they're going to refer to the Al Bhed, they might call them those heretics, right? And you're like, oh, okay. That's reinforcing what Al Bhed is to me.
Well, it won't be if you keep pushing me like that.
Bonons. Faith, too, yeah, I
Wait
suppose
for
that's
me.
right. The fallacy, Jesus Christ.
I'm going with you.
I can't
It's a good one, sir.
I can fight.
You been holding
I'm
on
not
to that
afraid.
one, or is that off the dome?
Great. A SciComm hit squad.
Sorry and proud. Hold on. Oh, I only have 2 characters. Okay. Mana Drive Bar Thunder. Let's see about that. Yeah, you get 1 shot to learn what a C is, and if you miss it, you'll never get an incidental description of what one is in any other conversation so far. I feel like that's all they really got to do. Like, I feel like the dialogue would feel less stunted if they would say, like, you know, they would call the Fal'Cie, like, one of those gods or something. Just use another word to reinforce to me what it means. And maybe I'll make the connection eventually. It's one of those, like,
Really?
I think a lot of other writers do it so effortlessly that I don't even notice it in other games, that they're, like, trying to change things up so that I can figure out what their terms mean. You know what I mean? And it feels like it's just such an automatic thing to do.
Uh-oh. Army's out to play.
What now?
What now? I mean,
The lore book is your
Say it,
remedial
but
homework for not
shouldn't
being
we-
100% invested.
Run?
huh?
We should run. If we rush in now, we'll just get in her way.
You know, you're right. I guess. I mean, it's not like Lightning needs any help.
Oh, really? In Golden Sun 3?
There'll be more soldiers.
That helps a little bit. I think that's kind of a cop-out. I didn't hate it in Pillars of
Worried about
Eternity.
the others? I'm sure they got away okay.
So can you if you leave now. With me, it'll be fight after fight. I don't know how it'll end. It's anybody's guess.
I know that. But I need to be stronger. Lightning.
Call me Light.
What?
What's the
Really?
plan from here?
She goes by Light?
Through the Gapra Whitewood to Palampolum. We'll find transport to Eden.
I live in Palampolum. I can show you all the shortcuts.
No side trips.
No need. I don't think Lassie are welcome at home.
All of the dialogue in this game, it felt weird in 12, like the scenes were paced strangely, and it was odd when they decided to have dialogue when they chose not to. But it feels very differently weird in this game. This is almost completely a different team than the team that made 12, right? 12 was Evilise.
I'm gonna go look ahead.
Consistently saying Sanctum to Seas. Similar energy, just consistently saying future wife. Come on. Stop. I'm scanning my memory of other Final Fantasies just as a point of comparison, because I'm guessing I won't be spoiling them if I talk about their plots. So like Final Fantasy VI wants you to know the word Esper, but the entire opening of the game is about you going to find an Esper. And so you have an emotional understanding of what an Esper is based on that opening sequence where it, you know, communes with Terra and murders Biggs and Wedge. So even if the word hadn't taken root in your brain yet, they could use it later and you might connect it, you know? There's not like a similar word like esprit or esperanza that they're also throwing at you that you need to keep track of. Like, there's Magitech, but that's, you know, piggybacking a little bit off of your understanding of the suffix tech and the prefix magia. Like, oh yeah, Magitech, that's those armor things they're walking around in to cast spells. Got it. Cool. One of the mobile ports misspelled it Esper every time. Maybe the scripts for the ones with voice acting get more condensed. Could see that being true. Yeah, you don't need to know what an Esper is. Right. It's just ESP-er. It sounds cool. It sounds like a made-up fantasy word.
Calm down.
It might all be Ted Woolsey, but I know they're called that Phantom Beast word in Japanese. Yes, correct. This name. That's a huge part of the problem. Yeah, I was talking about this with Final Fantasy X isn't the greatest game ever made. It's not a masterpiece of storytelling, but it's very competent. So it's instructive to talk about when we're comparing here to 13 and 12. 10 wants us to know what Xanarkand is, and then it wants us to know what Sin is. And it very much shows us both of those things. Then we spend some time with Titus by himself in an empty ruin, freezing to death, to understand that wherever he's ended up is fucked up and hostile to him, right? And then we're shown what the Albed are before we're given the term Albed to name what they are, right? And we don't even really need to necessarily know what Albed means if they just say, oh yeah, like that character you met earlier with the goggles, right? Like, oh, okay, that's an Albed, got it. And I don't think they even reference them again for probably 10 hours after you get to Besaid. But like, you find out about the temple, and you go into the temple, like, oh, they're singing to the faith. Like, okay, well, I hear them singing, that must be some kind of important religious thing. The Earthbound kids are ESPers. Yeah, I wonder if it's just as simple as that this game tries to establish everything through text and descriptions instead of showing you a thing and then saying, oh, that's called this, right? Like, oh my god, I'm some kind of crazy magically infused monster person. And then somebody walks in and is like, yeah, you're a l'Cie. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I already have a sense of what a crazily magically infused monster person who's going to turn into a zombie and or crystal coffin is, so now I have a word to describe it. But they'd already used l'Cie a bunch before that happened.
Any trace of a l'Cie? Nothing. No sign it's been activated.
It's interesting.
Huh? Who's there?
Oh man, the only thing I remember in the opening was them on the train.
What was Psycom doing here?
Probably thought we'd try and use a pulse machine to escape.
Maybe we should try it. What does this do?
Hey,
You're gonna hurt yourself. Don't touch that.
Wait, what
That's
if
a
it
visual
works?
issue that
Leave it.
everything is really busy.
I told you to leave it.
Stop!
Like Valve 4 in Final Fantasy X is fantastical compared to the environment that it's around,
I
right?
think I got it.
What are your other summon
I think I can
monster
work this.
introductions? That's helpful. Every item has an XP value and an XP bonus value. Bio items have positive XP bonus value, mech items have negative. Minimum of 0. Oh my god. And it's all hidden. Breaking through fences recharges the machine's power reserves. Okay. Kind of like being in matchstick armor. The walking into the fence works too, okay. You gotta use a bunch of bio items to get your multiplier to 3x, and then use a bunch of mech items. You have to use more mech items than you used bio items, though, because if you use a stack of 99 mech items, you're gonna get the full 3x multiplier. But if you use a stack of 4 mech items, you could burn the multiplier down and miss out on a bigger amount of XP, if I'm understanding correctly. This is kind of a hard sequence to take seriously. I guess if this was like Super Mario RPG, where you get the star and you hit all the enemies and it's giving the XP as they die, that'd be one thing. Yes. Yeah, right. You have a few...
Nice landing.
You have a few burdens that you have to meet. You have to establish how is this world different from the real world. And then you have to establish, now that those are the rules, what's
You're too soft.
extraordinary.
Wait up! Hope we find another one of those things.
I feel like almost every Final Fantasy does some form of in media res. Yeah, except for Final Fantasy 1. Yeah, exactly. Oh, there were 2 chests I left behind? Okay. So the combat went from being kind of interesting for a while there, when I had a whole party of 3 and I was fighting enemies, or I was consistently having to change paradigms, to now it's just these regular guys that Lightning and Hope can take out an auto battle. I guess I'll have to pay attention to see if it's suddenly going to be okay, now pay attention again mode. Yeah, 7 has some terms to throw at you, right? Now, 7, this might get me crucified. I think 7 is a weaker game narratively. I don't think it's as weak as 13 has been so far. It's not throwing quite so many terms at you. But I think it is actually quite hard to follow on your first ever playthrough. Oh, is it just because of the lightning weapon upgrade that now combat's trivial? Okay. Unsubbed. Maybe I can't go up here. Guess when I swap off of her, I might have problems with the story. Wait, I ran past it? I'm looking on the mini-map. Does that only show open chests? Thank you, I thought that was going to show me chests that I walked past which didn't open. I think part of the 7 problem is a localization issue. You need to understand Mako, Shinra, Avalanche. Is that the only chest I missed then? That's true, Viper, yeah. Mako reactor. Okay, I don't know what Mako means, but I know what a reactor is. The terrorist group Avalanche. I'm super excited for that, Serp. I've been watching her tweets about it. She has the one where Iron Man gets crucified, spoilers, and is singing,
Road splits here.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. While Loki, who is subbing in for Satan, sings It's the End of the World as We Know It. Live stream, right. I mean, that's... I remember that as a really important piece of world-building advice that I remember reading from an Order of the Stick forum post, talking about if you're a dungeon master, like, and you're building a world, don't... name shit like Black Forest, or The Wall, or Iceland. Don't name shit with a bunch of apostrophes and special characters and accents and stuff. Your players aren't going to remember it. They're just going to call it, oh yeah, that Black Forest. She has a whole bunch of videos in the pipeline right now. I'm really excited for her Barbie franchise breakdown, the Star Wars hotel one. Oh yeah, the proper nouns in Outer Wilds are amazing. Completely agree. Does she have the wrong weapon equipped? Oh my god. When did that happen? I thought I had that equipped the whole time. I want to die. Yeah, sure, I'll know. But I went to go check to see if the shock ring was an upgrade, but apparently these enemies were just easier without me having the weapon upgrade equipped on her. Magical Lands of Tirnanog. Well, Tolkien's a linguist, so he's smart about making sure that if a word means something, it means that thing everywhere, right? So like door as a suffix means land, so you have Mordor and Gondor, and if you hear that enough, you're like, oh, okay, that probably means a place. And Mor means dark, so if you hear Mordor or Morgoth, you're like, okay, dark land, dark guy, got it. So I think that's what they're trying to do with C here, with Fal'Cie and L'Cie and Seath. They're like, okay, these are all connected to this concept of a sea. an Esper or whatever. Yeah, I was saying like Mako Reactor is good, because even if you don't know what Mako is, you know what Reactor is, so you can resonate with that. I think that's the term from, is it Mark Rosewater at Magic the Gathering? We'll talk about using resonance for mechanics where they'll decide to make a card that's a vampire, and they'll rely on the fact that the audience already knows that vampires suck blood. So if the vampire has a lifelink ability where when they attack the opponent, they regain health, the player just gets that automatically. They don't have to like do any work to understand that mechanical connection. Benedict. It can't be overstated how much the apostrophes make it worse. So because you have something on there, that's kind of the Gostex syntactical resonance thing, right? Where you can assume that it must be a river because you wouldn't describe a place as being on something unless you're talking about a river most of the time in English. That's clever. Oh, is it piggybacking? Okay, resonance, I must be thinking of something else. Take a normal word and throw in random apostrophes.
This isn't working.
Huh?
I mean, you're a liability. You'll just slow me down.
What?
I'm sorry, but I can't
what at the
protect
same
you
time?
You can't leave me here. You gotta take me with
The
you.
contrary to request.
The whole world is against us.
They're gonna force you to...
I can barely keep myself alive, let alone some helpless kid.
Alright, so Lightning's a badass who wants to be on her own, but she's compelled by magic to play nice with the party. We don't want to do your quest, Dungeon Master. Well, fine. I cast a spell on you to force you to do it. You started in Limsa. Yeah, right. We have no reason to understand why she feels this way. Okay, so who's this supposed to be? For Odin? That's kind of interesting. No, just cast Doom. No, it is Odin. Casting Doom for different reasons, though. Wait, okay, hold on. So I cast Libra on it. Where do I access the scan information after I cast Libra? I've mostly just been casting that as a way to calibrate the auto battle data, but can I go and see, oh, you're supposed to use this attack style? Yeah, exactly, sir. Yields to those who amass chain pieces. Which is yields to those who stagger, I guess?
Just like that.
Oh, don't give me the whole cutscene again. At least there's a skip. Almost dead. Holy shit. Do I just need to heal immediately?
Just like that.
That's funny, Spiky. to get some buffs off, I guess.
Thank you.
It helps. I guess the point of this is to make sure that you understand the mechanics of battle and don't just win through having a level 14 weapon, maybe? Is the chain bonus? What's the connection between the chain bonus and the stagger meter? I thought I got more chain from doing double Ravager. Be okay here.
Follow my lead.
Okay, so the thing, the trick is there's always two of them, or they always have multiple forms, and one is a mouse. Alright. Odin Idolith.
Lightning! Whoa. Your brand looks different. Was that an Eidolon? Like Lassie can summon?
Eidolon?
Magic and mumbo jumbo.
Oh, I really hate
must
that.
have
I've always said
hit my head
Eidolon.
on that purge train.
Do you actually say the word in real life?
Am I really in your way?
Eidolon.
Fuck. It's like when I learned, what's the word that I thought was pronounced in a cool way?
I'll try harder.
I think it was,
We'll
Bravely
toughen you up.
Default mispronounces it Ouroboros, which sounds cooler. It's actually pronounced
I'm
Ouroboros.
sorry about before.
It's Titus. Ramu is the other one, right? Yeah, Blackguard. Eidolon sounds cool. Because it made me think of Idol, right? So Eidolon. Eidolon. Makes me think of that old Donald Duck meme from like 2010, Bolin. Yeah, I won't say Titus either.
Yeah.
Gestalt mode. I haven't actually said that.
Gestalt.
Gestalt. Okay. Well, it's G, not J. That comes up in a lot of video games. The points to summon Odin. The personal Eidolon. Only she can do something. That's always nice.
Odin.
Exactly. Sorry, Titus. That was my assumption on why it had to be Titus. It'd have to be spelled differently in Japanese, right? Or use different characters in order for it to be pronounced that way. SP gauge is depleted gradually and when it takes damage. Stacks to activate Gestalt mode. From powerful attacks in the back of your Eidolon. Activate it after the gauge is charged. The Gestalt dial?
Nothing personal.
Wait, what Gestalt dial? I still just have regular ass, boring ass auto battle, right? Well, I see the X prompt, but I thought it said don't use that until I fully meter. No, they don't, because you can name them, so they'll just say the new Guardian. Oh god, I hope that the limit break in 12 was the worst thing. It was so stupid. Whatever they called it. The thing where you had to, like, mash the buttons and repeat it a bunch of times.
Let's ride!
What the fuck? Oh no. This actually kind of reminds me of the Final Fantasy 12 one.
Now!
You could also just, like, Xanto Soup and kill them immediately, right? Oh, there's not a time limit on there? Okay. Thank you.
Until next time.
Thanks, Odin. Oh, that's cool, you can go.
Time to switch it up.
I should have let all 4 attacks go off, I guess. So is there anything stopping me from just summoning Odin in every single battle?
Sorry.
Don't sweat it. I'll look around. You rest up.
Oh, that's a persistent resource across multiple battles? Okay, thank you. That's smart, at least. Got it. Save it for boss fight, because you don't know when the next boss fight's going to be otherwise. This is one of those scenes where I know what they're trying to do here. I just don't think they've earned it.
Not by a long shot.
Like, they want us to think, oh, Lightning doesn't want to be responsible for him, but now she's keeping watch with the gun. We needed more than 2 scenes for this, though, I think. Like, I wasn't even really convinced that she thought he was a burden until the scene when she said it 2 minutes ago. Maybe later they'll show you the setup for why this scene was good, actually. Final Fantasy 13, the payoff setup game. The what? Oh, I guess. Game.
No sign of soldiers.
Guess lightning got their attention.
I wonder how Hope's doing.
They were headed towards Palampolum. Kid's on his way home.
That he's gonna leave the party forever.
Good for him.
Yeah, I usually like perspective changes in games like this. I think it allows them to leave when things get boring, but They don't seem to be using them very well in this.
It's good.
We tend to
They
pick up right
manage to
where we
slip
left
in
off when we cut back to the other
All
character,
of Cocoon is in the grip of pulse phobia.
like with Snow earlier.
If a Lassie pops up on the radar, all hell will break loose.
What is this music?
They don't even know why they're scared.
Afraid of what they don't know. Afraid to find out more.
I hate that the Final Fantasy 13 soundtrack makes me feel nothing. I guess the battle theme is kind of a banger, but
I'm terrified of what'll happen. The world probably would be better off without Pulse Lassie. I mean, most of them.
show, never tell, and tell way too much.
Thanks. Let's go. Wow, it's almost like a village.
Right. See if I can upgrade Sasha's weapon a little bit. So why would I ever change weapons in this game? Or would I? It seems like I'm heavily incentivized not to ever. Now we have the triple bonus, but I don't have enough of the... Let's see if I can buy some, I guess. I always just buy the most expensive one here. I don't know what's safe to sell. What does it? I'll be interested when we get to the good music then later in the series.
Worry, Saz, you'll be okay with me.
Well, that's a bomb. That's kind of cute.
To the victor go the spoils.
Yeah, so this is a separate kind of issue than what we've mostly been talking about here with proper nouns, but I guess this is also kind of the complaint that I had at the beginning of Trails of Cold Steel 1, where because the writer can assume that something is familiar, they feel like that's an excuse to not, like, establish it properly. Because like I was saying, like, I get what they were doing with Hope and Lightning earlier. It's a familiar relationship model of, oh, she's too tough, she can't connect herself, right? Well, it seems nice if those guys blow themselves up, unless if that denies me credit or something. But I feel like it's nice when something's familiar and it's earned, because you're like, oh yeah, I recognize that, and I feel like they built up to it properly. The hardened, grizzled soldier who doesn't want to open themselves up.
Nothing to it.
Hooray, Saz!
Yeah, completely. We'll do this. Okay, good. I had the wrong gun equipped again. Do I even have anything to level up on these guys? I don't know what causes them to be able to level things up more. It saying they can develop further. Is that like based on story progress? Like, was it Chrono Cross that works that way, I think? Okay. Let's see. Will it tell me that at the end of battle? The slash and burn is always 2-character party, one is a commando, one is a ravager. Oh, we need to double up some of these again.
Follow the old man's lead. Watch and learn, kid.
I do kind of like that. The, like, have 2 of the same paradigms so you can swap between them for the ATB refresh bonus that's janky as hell. I feel like that's almost a bug. If the refresh is not a bug and it's an intended mechanic, then I feel like the purpose of it should be to encourage you to do more than one paradigm, or switch off your purely offensive one.
Watch and learn, kid.
Boom. Only after doing 3, was that enough? It was. Okay.
Follow the old man's lead. Thanks, Vanille.
Oh man, it really just feels like the ATB is filling during the paradigm animation, but you're saying it's refreshing completely independent of that, right? It's not just that there's a long animation. But it's also that? Because I'll start with 2 bars if I switch too early. I'm not bad then.
The old man still got it.
It's ridiculous. One thing these games do really well is they're very stylish. I do like the UI, it looks very clean. It's so weird. I wonder if this name is right, and a lot of the jank in this game just comes from Square's feeling of perceived invincibility, and so no need to edit themselves or Is that what's going on? That it's preserving my previous ATB gauge? It's not that it's continuing to charge during the paradigm animation. Sense. Thank you.
Follow the old man's lead. Bullseye.
Remy, what's the main thing I'm getting from getting a high battle rating? Is it just giving me more Crystarium points or whatever? I feel like the whole accessory and weapon upgrade system makes me completely unenthused by any kind of future weapon or accessory drops. Like, accessories still seem to have a single effect, right? That's like, it reduces fire damage by 20%, but then upgrading it doesn't increase the special effect, it just increases the defensive bonuses from equipping it. Again, it seems like I'd want to dump them all into one thing if possible. Oh, it's for item drops? Okay, that's pretty important. Hey, it's a Mako reactor.
Wow! Look at that! I wonder what it's
Time to get serious.
So my first time doing it can always be done after the first 3 attacks. 1, 2, 3, switch. And you're saying it's not actually based on ATB, it's just counting to 12 seconds, I guess?
Follow the old man's lead.
I'm just looking at the life split timer.
The old man still got it.
TP is summon points in this, doesn't do anything else at the moment. Maybe I don't hate Saz's theme in isolation, it just feels like a really weird song to play while running around a little reactor like this. Like, think about the Mako reactor song that plays after bombing mission in Final Fantasy VII. Very much sets the tone for that part of the game.
Let's give this a shot. Gotta hit 4 control panels.
Did it! It worked!
Vestigial and largely feels unmotivated.
Yes,
3 stars normal, 1 and 2 star reduce your TP and give you no chance for rare items.
Watch and learn, kid.
It's funny because the bomb is always my go-to. We don't need to change this character model enemy. You can just use the same bomb over and over, so it's funny that they actually did change it in this one. Yeah, this is. I'm so sad that we'll never hear what happened behind the scenes for this.
Follow the old man's lead.
It's so much more interesting to me when it's not a like utter complete shit show, but just there's a lot of just really strange questionable decisions.
Watch and learn, kid.
Does she also get a recharged meter? Or whichever characters aren't active at the time of switching? That means she's able to heal instantly. I wonder if that's the reason it's there and not tutorialized, is they wanted to have a mechanic to make sure that when you switch to healing paradigm that we're able to get the heal off immediately. It's like a game feel thing. But it's also like really trivial to abuse.
Pulse machines can't be that different.
This sequence is really weird. Why does this sequence feel weird when there's like weird mini games in Final Fantasy VII all the time? Like, you have that one where you have to like press the button at the same time with all three characters to get in.
You got this, Vanille.
Maybe they're like supposed to be getting us to see some character interactions between Saz and Vanille. I keep wanting to call her Yunil. It's the name of a town in RuneScape.
You should see your daddy now. I hope the wires aren't fried.
I have this issue with games like this where something will feel strange and I can't really articulate why it feels off, and I'll, as a point of reference, compare it to a similar thing in another game that doesn't feel strange and try to make sure it's not just like a bias or a prejudice thing, like the Mako reactor minigames in Final Fantasy VII.
Let's get this over with.
I don't know, I feel like the first Mako reactor, all the stuff you're doing is setting up the relationship between Cloud and the rest of Avalanche, and then the second mini games are the relationship between Cloud, Tifa, and Barret specifically. Like, yeah, the mini games are there and they're a little silly, but it doesn't feel like just kind of a weird sequence. Like, okay, I guess we're pressing 4 buttons now, so that we have a reason to fight these enemies. I think I said at the beginning of episode 1 that I'm not going to be really affected by the hallway simulator complaints about this game because I'm kind of over non-linear games, so I don't, if the game is 100% linear, I don't care at all. Final Fantasy X is almost 100% linear. It doesn't bother me.
Better not electrocute myself.
Maybe the difference is in 7, they're like, we're planting a bomb in this reactor. We have to blow up this reactor because it's bad for the environment. That's why we're doing the thing. Our mini games are because there's a locked door. We have to open the locked door so we can get to the basement so we can bomb the reactor. And then the second time you go with Barrett and Tifa, well, we already bombed a reactor before, so now we're going to go bomb another reactor, right? And things are probably going to change up this time because they're expecting us now. Yeah, how well it hides that it's linear. Here, it's like, I'm not even clear why I was messing with that thing. It just, I had to open the path forward, right? But Saj wasn't like, oh, I see, we have to get up on that hill in order to progress.
This thing must be for powering other machines,
It's a first impression, they did the intro being literally straight lines. Yeah, I could hear that. Right. Makes sense.
Bullseye!
Picked it too early. Don't even have an initial town that you go to. That makes sense. I think that's true that most linearity complaints are about games that don't make any effort to conceal how linear they are. I guess I'd probably characterize that as a pacing problem rather than a linearity problem, but I think that that's semantics. So focused on the hallway that the shops are just a menu of your save points, right? That inexplicably dropped from bosses, which is such a weird decision. With no like icon next to them to tell you, oh, this is a shop, by the way.
Follow the old man's lead.
You're only ever going forward, right? I mean, that's true in 10 as well, right? Like,
Watch and learn, kid.
as soon as you get to Besaid, that whole game is it's the pilgrimage. You're going forward, you don't have any options, there's no branching paths. You get in the next Aeon, and then you get in the next Aeon, and you get in the next Aeon. And then you kind of get the airship at the end. You can sort of go to a few different places, but... I bet if you took away the minimap, people would still feel that something's wrong. I really like that Red Letter Media line from Mike Ciplasso, like, you might not have noticed it, but your brain did. I think that a lot of audiences are, they can intuit when something's up and isn't right, even if they can't articulate what that is. And they probably would have landed on that, even if they didn't see the hallway minimap, you know? US Souls game where bosses drop shops. I'm surprised they didn't have more. They didn't use the bell bearing mechanic for that. I guess they do occasionally. There's a couple of bosses that drop smithing stone bell bearings, which are effectively dropping the shop.
We gotta sleep somewhere. This look okay?
Yeah. Fine by me.
Yeah, so I guess the game doesn't really try to tell you what is normal and what's extraordinary in this setting. And it also doesn't really have downtime.
Not a care in the world.
Or its version of downtime is mechanically indistinguishable from uptime. Just waiting to find plot, right?
What?
Yeah, it's the seeing the destination on the horizon, Naughty Dog storytelling thing, right?
Grow up.
And good night again.
you just go to sleep already?
Yeah, I would agree about that complaint for Final Fantasy VII. I have a lot of problems with the way 7 is structured. I'd like to see what Sakaguchi would do if he could do 7 from scratch. Not that that would ever happen, but...
Still a kid.
Yeah, I think I see what they're trying to do with Saz and Vanille. Graphics. I think 12 is even worse than 7 in that respect, because in 12, the plot has nothing to do with the main characters. It's borderline Raiders of the Lost Ark, where the plot would just happen even if they didn't participate.
Look at you! I wonder what's under the hood of that thing.
Keep your pants on. You'll get a peek soon enough. Just try and behave.
I'm not gonna make any promises.
Cheeky boy, aren't you? We'll see how long that lasts.
I think I like institutional hubris as an explanation for what's going on here, more so than just Sakaguchi was some kind of like masterful storyteller, which I don't think he necessarily was, right? I mean, he obviously wasn't able to make Spirits Within happen.
He's come to meet you.
I think he got pretty good at it after, you know, a decade of doing it. That's why Final Fantasy X is so well done. Oh, the Lindblom. That's cute. Thank you, Lightning, earlier, for telling me that there's the Psycom and the Guardian Corps.
Halt.
Their airship is pretty, so they're probably not bad guys, right?
Sid Raines, Brigadier General of the fleet.
Oh, there's a Sid.
Hi, Sid. Thanks for the escort.
Apologies. I just had a few questions to ask you. If it works like they tell us, that means she must have fulfilled her focus.
Sarah!
Why do I not know about this Sid through cultural osmosis? I feel like I've heard about every other Sid without having played the games that they're
Think
from.
she was out to hurt Cocoon?
I'd hardly be alone if I did. When it comes to Pulse, who could claim to know anything?
We already did Sid as the bad guy, which was the one cool idea in 12.
For the sake of Cocoon. We're from Cocoon. Shipping us out, purging innocent people. That's how you lend us a hand?
Those are the Sanctum's methods. The public fears what it doesn't know. It's grown tired of living in constant terror of these threats from the world below. So, the Sanctum devised a plan for you, Lassie.
I'll bet.
Like
a public execution.
Dwarf Sid, Scholar Sid,
don't know any better.
Condom Sid,
strike down the phantoms
Smoking
before
Sid,
their eyes, and
Robin
they sleep
Williams
like
Sid,
babes.
Frog Sid, and Mike McShane from Whose Line Is It Anyway?
The Sanctum has
Albed
intelligence on
Airship
the other
Sid.
Lassie already. It's only a matter of
I like
time.
Bad Guy Sid.
You'll never catch
I like 14 Sid and 11 Sid.
I see. We'll need your help then, won't
I don't know what this guy's deal is, though. He seems stoic.
Sarah.
You're kidding, right?
I mean it.
You can't drop the breakup bomb like that. Being alone's all right, I guess. Yep. Always was until we met. than we did.
What
And
means
now I know
no,
there's
Snow?
something better. Being with you. We've come too far to quit now.
Knowing the timelines in Final Fantasy games, they were dating for
really
like
wanna
3
leave me?
days, right?
I don't want to. I have to. Listen, it's over. Please,
Yeah, I like that too.
stay away from me.
What happened? At least tell me that. If it was something I did, just say it.
Okay.
Oh yeah, and Thunder God Sid. The man who single-handedly broke the math of Final Fantasy Tactics.
Look,
You guys forgetting a Sid.
branded by Pulse.
There's a Dr. Sid in Spirits Within, right? But it's with an S?
Enemy of Cocoon. Danger to us all.
See, this would have worked a lot better if this was the beginning of the
Get it
game.
now? You're my enemy.
Get the idea that she's doomed. They talked about this in the fireworks thing earlier too, right? That he knew about this in advance. This isn't a reveal, but I would have been more emotionally invested in this. Like, you have this sign of doom, and you're either going to turn into a zombie monster, or you're going to get encased in crystal, and like build up anticipation of that happening, and like, oh no, she's going to turn into a zombie monster. Oh my god, she got turned into crystal. That means she did her quest. What's that all about? Oh god, now we have little markers on us. Well, they've demonstrated to me what happens to our friend that multiple characters are invested in. What's going to happen to us? This could have been the FF13 mediocre prequel movie. Yeah, they already used up all the emotion from this scene before they showed it.
Sarah, where are
That's a
you?
good way to put it. You think of like emotional storytelling as like, it's like a Diablo generator spender relationship, right? You've got a little emotion meter and you have to use your generator attack for some time in your story to build that meter up, and then you get to spend it in a nice little big explosion. Like, it's kind of cool that they have me controlling a flashback here instead of it just being a cutscene, but I don't know what the objective is.
What's with the long face? You and Sarah have a fight?
Really? What? Why did I have... They just needed me to confirm that I went and did something here? See the level they let me walk around in?
Sarah! What is your focus? L'Cie have a focus, right? I'll go with you. Help you do it. Just let me.
Seek the Holy Grail.
No! If you're with me, the
I
sanctum
will be with you. No matter what. We've come too far.
See, there's an example. They didn't have to say focus there. They could have said, so what do they want you to do, right?
I don't know. I don't know my focus. I'm gonna be a monster.
Right.
If I'm here, I'll protect you. We'll figure this out. Do it together, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, this bums me out. That's a really cool concept, like a bullet point. You get touched by this Esper thing, and it gives you a horrible quest, and no matter what, you're basically doomed now. Great. I love it.
When we're finished, I'll turn
We have to
crystal.
sacrifice the summoners to make Sin go away for 10 years.
L'Cie complete their focus.
Cool.
They're blessed with the gift of eternity. They wouldn't call it eternity if you died. You'll see. You and me will always be together.
Even if death was all that she had waiting, nothing would have changed. Sarah was brave enough to face it.
This game is baffling. It's interesting. I think it's going to make me appreciate other games more. And I think there's still good stuff in here. Like, I don't think this game is irredeemable by any stretch. This is where I wish that remakes were targeted towards, like, games that had a good idea but didn't really land, as opposed to people tending to remake, like, classics that everyone agrees are perfect.
Pursuit. But aren't there troops on this side? We can't relax just yet.
Right. We press on. I'll take point. You watch our backs.
Actually, why don't you let me take point?
Can you handle it?
It's not a question of can or can't.
Now you're learning.
Their
Keep your eyes
relationship
front.
has developed.
I'll watch the rear.
Got it.
Gabbro Whitewood. What about ecology belt? Maybe Yukapo. Yeah, that's a really good question.
Got your back. You call the shots now. Don't stray too far.
I've heard that happens sometimes with movies where the director doesn't get final cut on the film. But they'll like pour all this blood, sweat, and tears into it, and then the producers and the studio will panic, and they'll come in and bring somebody else to re-edit the whole thing, and their edit just like completely destroys it. Like the ridiculous Harrison Ford monologue in
I can do this.
Blade Runner. I think it's compelling to say that usually when movies have problems like that, like, just changing the way they're structured wouldn't fix those problems, right? The reason the studio was panicking a lot of the time is because there were probably actual legitimate issues with the source material. But I think whatever they did with this whole, like, Quentin Tarantino non-linear flashback thing it's not good for the way this story is presented.
We can use the lights as a guide to keep us moving in the
They
right
seem to be doing almost everything in the exact opposite order. At least we got to see, even if it wasn't well established, we got to see Lightning being sick of Hope's shit and wanting to leave him behind because he doesn't want to be responsible for him. And then her changing her mind and not seeing that in the reverse order too, right? What if they had done the Trails of Cold Steel thing and, like, open with them being best friends? She's like a mother figure to him.
Be ready for the next fight.
Trying to figure out how that happens, like...
It's a surefire way to get ambushed.
It doesn't seem like there's terribly much rhyme or reason into the order in which we get flashback scenes. Other than that, they seem to have some kind of, like, objective with not loading too much story on you at once. If they want to be trying to switch between, okay, we just had a video game sequence, let's go back to a story sequence. So are they just, like, drawing on a pool of flashbacks that were previously at the beginning of the game, maybe? In lieu of having a town to return to, or some other kind of, like, pacing slowdown that you normally get in a fantasy RPG. Hope's running speed is slower than everyone else? That's funny. Everybody else is the same, or Hope just happens to be the slowest? Yeah, it actually kind of reminds me,
right behind you.
for a while there, I was trying to use reruns on Twitch as a way to replay all the episodes of a game before that day's episode would come up on stream. So like if we were getting to episode 3 of Sleeping Dogs, I would try to use reruns to replay episode 1 and 2 so that 2 would end right before I'd go live with episode 3, right? And to do that, I made a big spreadsheet with all of my VOD run times and just picked the VODs that were exactly the right length to fit so that 1 and 2 would end right when 3 was about to start.
I'm ready to fight if I have to.
So it would often play a completely arbitrary set of videos that had no relation to each other. It would play like episode 7 of Dragon Quest or something, right? And like episode 2 of some racing game. And that's what it feels like for this. Like, okay, we need to have a 5-minute cutscene here. What 5-minute cutscenes do we have? All right, let's grab this one. Does it tie in thematically to the next thing that's going to happen? No.
By myself, I would have had no chance.
90% of the speedrun is juking enemies. Interesting. How do they level up in it, or is it mostly like weapon damage and stuff?
Can use the lights as a guide to keep us moving in the right direction.
Definitely need the light to know where to go here. It's not like the other paths are blocked off on the minimap. Really? So killing a normal enemy doesn't really give you that much anyway. I think I just have to save these for a long time. I don't know when it's worth it to sell upgrade materials for money and then turn that money into better upgrade materials.
I can do this!
With the story later in the plot that didn't mean I'll give all this context and flashback the way to catching up to the intro of the hypothetical game story. Right, that'd be nice. There's no in-present down pacing, so they have to rely entirely on flashbacks. Right.
You're doing fine, Hope. Keep it up.
Maybe when we get to this first town, that'll happen?
Maybe we should try something else.
Nice. Right, that's the institutional hubris problem. It's similar to like trying to figure out what happened with Final Fantasy VIII. There still isn't a what happened on that, is there? I don't know if we'd be able to piece it together. I'm convinced that Sakaguchi left to go work on Spirits Within sometime around the time they had finished up most of the work for storyboarding, like, Disc 1. And so the game falls apart in a really significant way into Discs 2 and 3, especially in 3, and they kind of just have to bullet point their way back to Ultimicia's castle, where it kind of ends up quite a bit stronger than it was for a while there.
Just block out everything else.
I like that they're at least doing this thing now where Hope is the lead character. Do I generally never have control over who the controllable character is, or does that change later where I can switch who's I'm controlling or not? Yeah. They've done a few what happens on Japanese games before, but I think it's situations where you get people who are more likely to talk about what happened, right? Like Final Fantasy 14 1.0. Or some of the icky Devil May Cry releases.
I've got your back. Thanks.
Yeah. I don't think we'll ever know what happened with Final Fantasy VIII, but that's my speculation, based on playing it on stream somewhat recently. Strategy, they mean try to walk up to its butt instead of to its face. If you walk up to its butt, you'll save about 7 seconds in the insulting combat. Ensuing combat. Also insulting combat. Nintendo is a black box, exactly. I hate that. Like, it's already a problem in the games industry and like Hollywood that people aren't really encouraged to talk about what happened if they want to be able to continue to get a job in the industry, but it's like extra bad if it's a Japanese company. Exactly, yeah. So it's like you have the usual problems with don't talk shit after the product comes out. Don't explain why the movie is such a shit show, because otherwise you're gonna get blacklisted from the industry. And you kind of have a cultural attitude of don't talk shit in general, right?
Just another battle.
I like the Yukipo theory that at some point there was a draft of this game that they had it relatively in chronological order, and then they realized that they had a pacing problem, and they tried to come up with a pacing solution.
Way to go.
Oh, that's crazy. I do know that about old games having pseudonyms in the credits, like the original Zelda. Yeah, stuff. I don't know if this is a don't fight this thing type situation, or it'll be fine, just fight it, you're fine, don't worry about it. Alpha Beam. I need to buff so as not to die from the super move here.
Here! I got your back.
Thanks.
It's a matter of needing to stagger him before he does Meteor or whatever. Yeah, it's like a lessons learned thing. I totally agree, Kevin. I think it's toxic to the industry that we don't talk about it. You already kind of have a problem where a lot of game developers are forced to constantly reinvent the wheel. Like it's one thing to see a system that you like in somebody else's video game, and it's another thing entirely to like reproduce it from scratch. And that can often be really expensive.
What is it?
We need to hide.
Oh, I didn't know that. Birth of a
They don't
supervillain.
seem like they're even looking for us. I mean, we're Lassie and we're on the loose.
SciComm's keeping it all under wraps.
It's also the first Easter egg, right?
They don't want their failure
In,
publicized.
Adventure?
Better to lose us than lose their pride.
So the other soldiers don't know about us, right?
Right. They don't know anything about any fugitives. Over here.
I know I'm like talking a lot over the game and sometimes even talking over cutscenes, more so than I usually do. But,
Concentration's
and again, I don't know how to articulate this necessarily, but I feel like this game isn't structured in a way to like make you want to pay attention to it. Just a mean thing to say, but like it's sending me a lot of messages that I just keep pressing the A button, you're fine. Don't worry, this scene is max 6 lines. What matters is that you kill the next
I
snake.
can do this.
It's like simultaneously frustratingly dense and incredibly shallow in the way the scenes are structured so far. Don't think just go shit.
Just another battle.
Actually, the flashback sequences have been the best sequences in the game. I generally pay attention, or it's easier to pay attention during those, because the game's sending these signals in the way it's structured that, oh, this is a story beat, or this is an emotional beat. This part matters, right? Just press A, it would be great to at the end for some reason.
Here!
Good call.
I think even if I could hold the A button, I would have an easier time investing myself in this game. It's because I have to mash the A button. Something about that... I've been trained by lots of video games that if I'm mashing the A button, that I'm like AFKing it, basically. Oh, this is an FF14? That's cool. I get better at my early paradigm shift autopilot so that I can end battles 6 seconds sooner. Oh, I just got a new summon for lightning and just got a new ATP bar, which would maybe change the rhythm of the game a little bit. And as soon as I got it, they immediately took away control and had me play as Saz. And then as soon as they gave me back Lightning, now I'm playing as Hope and can't use either of them. I didn't even think about that earlier.
Maybe we should try something else. How about this, Light?
I assume that doesn't help with the, like, mechanical pacing, too. Like, hey, I just learned oh, I can't use it for another 2 hours. Okay. I'm guessing they're trying to build to something where, like, Hope like all the characters have their same level of ATB bar and all have a summon at the same time. Yeah, same thing with Snow, right? Because we did the Gestalt thing with Snow, and we haven't controlled him since.
Calm heads make good decisions.
That's actually kind of wild. That seems very on purpose that they did it that way, too. Huh. I've heard all of the Final Fantasy 13 is excessively gated and it's 20-hour tutorial complaints before, but this in particular seems like this might be more severe than there being lots of gating. This problem of you learn an ability and then the game actually doesn't let you use it because of the way it switches perspectives around to characters that don't have access to that new feature. I guess maybe it's supposed to be building suspense to get to play as Lightning again, so I can try out having 4 ATB bars and a Gestalt meter in the lake. I feel like you could release the mechanics of the player at the exact same pace, but just change things so that I'm gonna die.
I've got your back.
So that when Snow gets a new ability, you play as Snow for a little bit and can use the new ability, right? It's interesting. Overcorrection, vestigial. Is their main job typically the first job on the list? Or not necessarily? Well, when the hell did Hope get so much CP? The level as a Ravager. My dice. What? But I thought maybe it would give me more crystals, but no, that's story progress, right? Is there anything that does that? Oh, bar frost instead of null frost? Okay. I guess it's not the same as null. Because of auto battle, it's hard not to think of any ability you get as basically just being a DPS modifier. Bolster, Blitz, or Ruin God. Head of attack queue and a Ravager is present. Okay. What does leveling up your roll do? Is it just like a straight stat boost or something? The free 3D Zelda intro segment is longer than the last one until Breath of the Wild. Oof.
Gotta show what I'm made of. Stay down!
With attacks finish it.
We can win this! Here!
Wish the whole have you cast labor or not thing was really clearly being indicated, because it seems like it's important to do, but it's also kind of boring to do. Switch too fast though. Meteored. That works.
I've got to be stronger.
Thanks for the bark.
I wonder how the others are doing.
Saz and Vanille? Who knows? Even if they got away, they'll get caught eventually. Then they'll have to choose. Resist, or surrender.
Surrender. Do you think he's still alive?
You mean Snow? He's too stubborn to die. And that's his best quality. He's arrogant and chummy from the get-go. He thinks he's everybody's pal. Never liked him much. He leads around a bunch of kids. Gang called Nora.
Hey, thanks for the raid,
Where'd they get the
Mojack.
name Nora?
Give a shout out here.
It's a stupid acronym. Their little code stands for no obligations, rules,
Yeah.
or
How
authority.
you been? No
Must be
kidding.
nice.
It's irresponsible.
Well, Mojack could follow if you guys would be so kind. Oh, nice. I'm jealous. I like to play FF6 again. Was it your first time?
Well then.
This universe? Nice. Yeah, I think 6 holds up really well. 6 and 9 and 10. 5 too. 4 I think is a little bit of Super Nintendo, like NES leftover jank where it's still pretty grindy and has too high of an encounter rate. 6 is like right perfectly in the middle for me. Nice. Yeah, I'm kind of doing the same thing with the franchise playthrough of Final Fantasy. This one's blind for me.
There are a lot of feral creatures here.
Kind of
too.
gave up on Final Fantasy
They're a little
around this
different from
time.
the military. This is an army facility for turning
Oh
wildlife.
yeah, the Pixel Remasters would be a good reason to play them again. I should get my wife to
Civilians
play
aren't
the 6
allowed in
Pixel
here,
Remaster.
We'll have to be sure and tell them if we see any.
I've heard some of the soundtrack in the Pixel Remasters and they're really, really good. Open air pens. Okay, it's load bearing and kill the enemies to progress. Got it. I'm really glad the Pixel Remasters exist because for a while there, our definitive version of like Final Fantasy 4, 5, and 6 was the mobile ports, right? Which were abominations unto God. So. Yeah, I still might do a Pokemon franchise focus at some point, Spiky. I'm very hopeful for Final Fantasy
Be ready for the
16.
next fight.
One of the main reasons for making this a franchise focus is so that I could play Final Fantasy 16 when it comes out. I trust Yoshi P. I think he's got his shit together.
These fences are for containing the animals. They take care of our pet mates. They should.
I love how she tells you what to do, and it's tutorialized.
It's all or nothing.
That's fair, yeah. I'm mostly playing this right now as kind of like a... trying to figure out what the hell happened with it. Because I don't think it's like rotten to the core. I think it's got a lot of cool ideas and redeemable
Maybe we should try
elements, but...
something else.
institutional hubris makes a lot of sense to me. That Final Fantasy 14 1.0 comes out, Square just thinks that they can't be defeated, that they don't have to like do their due diligence to research how their MMOs work, and it's horrible, and they almost burn the franchise and the IP forever. That's nice.
We're stuck in here till we mop these things up.
But I do wish that this was kind of the territory of remakes more generally. I know this would never happen. I want this to be true in Hollywood too, that, you know, if we're going to be focused on revisiting old IPs, that we try to pick ones that had a cool idea but the execution was kind of off.
How about
Try
this,
to take
Mike?
another stab at it instead of continually trying to remake things that were already done well the first time. Like, I'd love to see another pass at Final Fantasy VIII, right? Keep Disc 1 the same, and then do your best to clean up Disc 2 and 3. I guess you have situations like, I'm glad they're remaking Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, because, well, I think that game is great and almost perfect. Mechanically, it really hasn't aged well. I tried to get Andrea to play it, and she couldn't get past the kind of crappy old UI, so that one I think is also okay. They're doing that full reimagining. If it's increasing the audience for it, I think that's alright. I think the Resident Evil remakes are really generally strong. The one on the GameCube for Resident Evil 1 was really, really good. Has some of the best mechanical ideas in the series. But Resident Evil doesn't have any franchise identities, so none of it's stuck. Nothing ever is allowed to stick. There's a non-zero chance they'll do 6. Oh my god. Resident Evil 6, all crab butt walking. Nothing else. I think Resident Evil 6 is some of the most fun I've had on stream. Even though that game is like a baffling shit show, it was so funny, so consistently funny, and so bad in so many different ways, right? Like, it had things that it was consistently bad about, but it kept getting dumber and dumber. It's one of those really fun, how the fuck did this happen situations. You got too high on your own supply, Resident Evil.
Be ready for the next fight.
Yeah. I think the Resident Evil creator team is struggling with a similar, like, building pressure problem of Tetsuya Nomura and his ilk. Of, like, not in their bones being able to just do straight horror and having to go, like, full-on maximum camp.
It's all or nothing.
And, like, they keep taking it too far and then having to step back.
Stay down.
And then they take it too far and you can tell they're, like, bursting at the seams, like their buttons are popping off of their suits. They can't take it anymore. Alright, we can't take this serious anymore. Redneck Magneto. Fuck. Ah! Well, I did Let's Beat Every Awesome Game, but I expanded that to include baffling AAA games. So it wouldn't be things that are boringly bad, like,
Animals can be even more violent.
Superman from the Nintendo 64.
Be careful.
Like, that's bad in a way that's dull and frustrating. But I think you get these, like, kind of baffling games that, like, how did this happen? I might want to play, is it Balan's Wonderworld at some point? I've only seen the Donkey video for it, so I guess I've got a couple spoilers from that, but that seems like that might be interesting in a how the fuck did this happen kind of a way. But I think it's often instructive and helpful to see problematic games like that or baffling games like that. There's a lot that goes into making good art and making really great video games that, when it's done well, is basically invisible. Like, I think we're seeing problems with the structure of Final Fantasy XIII that I don't know that I've ever noticed in another game that we've played on stream before. Other games generally don't put their setups after their payoffs. Or excessively tutorialized to this degree.
Maybe we should try something else.
It's not a good game, but it's an awesome. It inspires awe, right?
Stay down. Be ready for the next fight.
I think the games that would qualify under the baffling exception for Let's Beat Every Awesome Game are pretty narrow. I can't think of too many other ones off the top of my head that I just know about from cultural osmosis that would fit. So I just got turned around. I think this is progress. I don't think that marker on the map, is that just a north marker? Oh, I guess this means I opened a chest here, so that must be objective. It's awesome in a horrific way. We're about at time here. I need to find a save point next time I get to one. We'll wrap up here.
Caged in like the animals.
None of your acid or fun baffling messes. Oh yeah, okay. I wish I felt some connection to this place that I'm in right now. I know they had some dialogue setting it up a little bit, but I think most games that are bad are boring bad. Like, it's once in a decade that you get a truly transcendental experience, like Resident Evil 6.
How about this, Light?
It's actually based, Darkshire. Use the parlance of our times. Does everything in the game have a custom, like, stagger animation cycle that they go through? It's kind of cool. Cool looking casting.
Maybe we should try something else.
Generally, should I be using Ravagers during stagger instead of Ravager plus Commando if I have a choice? Is it generally better for DPS?
We've tripped the security alarm. The observation battalion will be coming.
Let them come.
The observation battalion that mans the forest zoo. I, who was only recently just a boy, am now a man, and do not fear the zoo battalion. We're able to do all commandos, okay. That's the best damage then. Commandos are better finishers, it sounds like.
Maybe we should try something else. Thank you. Would this work better, Light?
Technically do other healers here, right? I thought I could. Hate the way potions work in this game. Just pretend like they're there to make up for a mistake. Says.
Take 5.
I see.
What's eating you? Okay, I can tell you're hung up on something. Is it the l'Cie thing?
Just for killing random enemies. It looks like it tries to default you to that. We're at time, I'm just trying to get to a save point.
You wouldn't understand.
I would. It would help me to be more connected to y'all.
You and I are partners, Hope.
My mother was killed because of him.
Sorry.
It's his fault. And he needs to pay for it. I'm not ready yet, but I will be soon.
Hope that's the objective of the game.
That's
for
why I
Hope to
follow
kill
it.
Snow.
Snow dragged us all into this. You and me, your sister Sarah. He's gotta pay.
Snow is the final boss. Start Gregorian chanting. Oh, by the way,
stronger.
I'll take the lead.
Speaking of Gregorian chanting, my nephew is working on his video game soundtrack and he's on the final boss theme, which includes the requirement that it open like a typical, like stereotypical JRPG for like 30 seconds and then have a record scratch and switch to what it's supposed to actually sound like. But in that part, he's trying to get people to sing. He's got like sheet music and everything for the part that you need to sing. So if anyone has a decent microphone and would like to try Gregorian chanting, shoot me a message on Discord and I can send you the sheet music. Send me a recording and add you onto the track. You save one more time. Imagine a JRPG actually doing that. Instead of resolving the parties under strife, the power of friendship, it hijacks the whole story. Future Marstead, it's Final Fantasy 13. Just keep going forward. Remember to switch your paradigms whenever I do it, like every other round, I guess, to get a full refresh.